When you think of a ghost dog, some may think lost, innocent spirit, and others may think demonic. In my case, I'm not really sure how I feel about what I saw. It all began 2017. I had a friend over. We'd been playing Minecraft on PlayStation 3. We played for hours on end, having the time of our lives. Everything was going well. Until my grandpa came storming out of his room, demanding we go to sleep. My friend, being completely terrified of my grandpa, went to sleep immediately. I, on the other hand, decided to see if I could stay up all night. Note, we were sleeping on our L-shaped couch together. She was on one side and I was on the other. Hours passed. I was still lying awake, with no phone, only a crappy dinosaur watch from Checkers. I couldn't tell the time, even though I was 11 and everyone else in my class could. I just sort of figured that it was about 3, because the hands were on the 3. I stopped staring at the roof and I looked over to the mini lounge next to the couch. In the lounge were 2 pink velvet couches, one of which, to my disbelief, a dog appeared to be standing on top of. It wasn't a normal dog, though. It was a skeleton of a dog. Quite a big dog. It was staring forward into the mirror across the room. Its eyes were red and body emitting a black smoke. In that moment, I didn't feel any fear, more a sense of curiosity and calmness. I wasn't afraid whatsoever, and I just stared. I thought I was asleep, but I was awake, and it was really happening. I just lay there, staring at this demonic-looking dog. No sound. The objects in the surrounding area were displayed in faint colors, accompanied by fuzz and sprinkles of gray. This dog disappeared after a few blinks. In the morning, my friend had realized she'd peed the bed. She'd never done anything like that before. It could have just been a coincidence, but I don't think so. To this day, everyone has put this up to my imagination, but I know it was real. In the summer of 2017, around 10 p.m., I was in the kitchen watching YouTube videos on my phone when I decided it was time to go to sleep. So I go to turn off the light to the kitchen, and as I'm walking past one of the kitchen windows that leads to the backyard, I notice someone. At first, I had this gut feeling that told me to look to my peripheral vision. And I look out the kitchen window, and I see a black figure walking across my backyard. At this point, I'm frozen with fear, and I see this thing walking across my yard with its bright, glowing eyes, and I assume it noticed me, since its head is tilted in my direction, and it suddenly vanished. The figure was completely black, and its body looked like it was made out of fog, almost like a black thundercloud, and its only facial textures were these glowing white eyes. Also, its outline of its body, it had a thin spectrum of colors, similar to the colors of a soap bubble when you look into it, or the rainbow color of oil when it's dropped onto the floor. I have no idea what to even call this thing, but it was scary to experience. Does anyone else have a clue what this thing was?
My name is Alex, and I want to share an encounter I had. In October 2021, my girlfriend and I bought a small 2-bedroom apartment for ourselves and daughter. Before moving in, we had to do some renovations, like replacing the floors and painting. It was mid-November when we finally finished and moved in. It's on the first floor of a big block, and it may be small, but it's also cozy. The front door enters into a small hallway. Directly across is my daughter's room. To the left are 3 doors: the master bedroom, the toilet, and the bathroom. Next to the front door is a small window with a mirror on the left, along with the living dining room and kitchen. Obviously, when you try to renovate in a rushed timeline, not everything's going to be completely finished when you move in. The door to the living room or dining room wasn't done, so we removed it until we could paint it. We feel safer with our bedroom door open in case our daughter wakes up or has a bad dream. Since I sleep on the side of the bed nearest the door, I can see down the hallway and into that mirror. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m., and in the mirror, I saw the bathroom light was on. Since my girlfriend was still laying next to me, I thought one of us simply forgot to turn it off before bed, and thought no more of it. The following morning, I went to the toilet, and as I sat with the door slightly ajar, I looked into the mirror and saw something move in the bathroom. The door was slightly cracked, so I thought it was one of our cats. As I walked out of the room, I looked in the mirror again, and I saw a figure through the crack in the door. That's when my heart started racing and pounding. I shook my head, trying to brush it off, and I slowly moved to the bathroom door. At the exact moment I reached to open it, I saw my 2 cats were suddenly sitting next to me, and I almost jumped through the ceiling. I scratched their heads, but they didn't ask for more attention like they normally do. Instead, they just stared blankly at the bathroom door. That's when I paused to look in the mirror again, and I saw a face looking at me through the crack in the door. I rubbed my eyes, turned my head towards the door, and gave it a hard, fast push. When it opened, there was a double of myself standing inside, looking at the bathroom sink and mirror. I fully froze at that moment. I couldn't move, speak, or yell, and my heart was racing. I tried to leave or close my eyes, hoping it was all a dream, but I couldn't do anything. Then it turned towards me and said, "Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing the right thing, for now." When it finished speaking, I could suddenly close my eyes, and when I opened them, it was gone. I quickly turned out the lights, closed the door, and took the cats to bed where we could try to get some sleep. Somehow, the alarm clock still read 2 a.m., and I woke up with my girlfriend at 7. I didn't tell her about this encounter because it could have just been a nightmare. In the past, I've visited a sleeping clinic because I dream a lot, and I always feel tired after waking up, even if I've slept for several hours. Anyways, we did our morning routine, and as we drove our little girl to school, I realized my experience wasn't a dream. I knew it really happened when my girlfriend asked if I left the bathroom light on again. I looked at her, my face pale, and just nodded. I didn't tell her anything because I don't want her to think I'm crazy. For the record, I didn't take any medication or drink any alcohol. But yeah, that was my first encounter. A few weeks later, I came home around 10:30 after working the late shift, and everyone was already asleep. As usual, my dinner was in the microwave, and I played some video games while watching YouTube. At 12:30, I went to bed, but first I checked on our daughter and gave her a kiss. I laid next to my girlfriend and fell asleep almost instantly. I was sleeping pretty well until 4, when I woke up facing away from the door, with my arm around my girlfriend. I kissed her head before rolling over, and that's when I realized there was a light on in the living room. Not thinking much of it, I went to the toilet and heard a sound coming from the kitchen. My heart started pounding again, and I remembered the previous incident for the first time since it happened. I instantly knew it wasn't one of the cats, because they were both lying at the foot of our bed. A broom was the first thing that I could get my hands on, and I went with it. I crept to the kitchen, ready to attack. When I came around the table, I was ready to swing my broom like a champ. But I stopped immediately upon realizing my girlfriend was standing there, fully dressed for work, and shaking me because I was practically attacking her. She looked scared and asked if everything was okay. I touched her to see if she was real, and she was. I asked why she was up in the middle of the night, but she looked confused and said that she was getting ready for work. I ran to the bedroom to look at who I kissed, but the bed was empty. She followed me and asked what I was doing, so I told her. It freaked her out. She'd woken up before me, so nobody else was in the bed when I thought I kissed her. But I'm still certain that something or someone was lying next to me, and she looked exactly like my girlfriend. Nothing like this has happened since, but sometimes it feels like someone is on my terrace, or when I'm wearing headphones and everyone is asleep, I still hear my name being called. So yeah, this is a little story of mine, and one of many reasons I'm into such things. Thanks for reading, and stay safe, people. You never know what can happen at night. A few years ago, I lived with my grandparents in the backwoods area, mostly known for its bears. I saw these bears often, but was never in serious danger. They would get scared and run off. However, there was one encounter that I found very strange. In the living room, we have a sliding glass door that opens into the backyard, which is right in front of the woods. On Friday, between 11 and midnight, I was laying on the couch watching TV until a sudden sense of paranoia washed over me. It felt like I was being watched, but I was diagnosed with paranoia, so I ignored the feeling and reminded myself it wasn't real. Around 15 minutes later, there came the sound of several knocks on the glass door. I obviously was terrified, and I ran to wake up my mom. She said if it happened again, wake her up. So I closed the door's curtains and I laid back down. 5 minutes later, there was another series of knocks, but much longer this time. I woke Mom, and she woke my dad. Grabbing his gun and flashlight, he went outside to check around. When he came back, he said it was probably just a bear or some other wild animal, and I took his word for it. But this time, I laid down in my parents' room. I know that it could have been an animal, but I've always had a bad feeling about those woods and the house itself. I had another experience when my cousins and I were inside a house that was under construction after a hurricane hit our town. We entered with our flashlights at roughly 8 or 10 at night, and we were walking into different rooms when my flashlight suddenly died. This was before the other experience, so I didn't get scared or think too much of it. I went to find my cousins, but as I was leaving the room, I noticed a pair of glowing orbs. I ran out, scared, rushed to find my cousins. When I explained what happened, they thought it was a wild animal, so I shrugged it off and went home. What do you guys think? I think it probably was a wild animal, but I wanted to hear others' opinions. There's a men's Christian homeless shelter in my city. I was homeless in 2010, around the time they purchased and converted an old VFW bar. They were digging out the basement to make room for showers and dorms, but I think they woke something in the process. Something was attracted to the homeless. I was in and out of the shelter a few times over the following years. Sometimes I'd wake up from an episode to see a shadow gliding across the floor and up a wall. When I stayed there last year, I felt that thing's energy, and I've never felt anything like it. This thing knew I could sense it too, and it hated that. One night, I was laying on my mat, and off to the left, I saw a head peeking around the doorway when it suddenly flew at me before disappearing. I didn't know what to think. It all happened within a few seconds. I eventually fell asleep, and I had a sleep paralysis episode, but I managed to break free of it. I sat up to see an entity standing at the other end of the room. It wasn't a shadow. It was a very tall, gaunt, feminine entity. It had a weird-shaped head with horns and a crown of obscenities stitched together by razor wire. Its eyes were hollow and black, while its mouth was small with sharp teeth. More razor wire was wrapped around its body, and several strands were wrapped around the homeless men. It looked at me, screamed, and vanished. I've never seen anything like it. And it's still there, growing stronger by feeding on the weak. Is it a succubus or something else? This thing definitely had feminine features. I wish I could draw it. For a bit of background, my dad built our house by himself over a roughly 3-year period. The property he bought was practically all forest, so there was a lot of stuff to be cut and cleared. When he finished, I got to choose my room first since I'm the oldest, and I chose one with an ocean view. This came with a downside, though. The sun shined directly into my room, making it the hottest in the house. And this is important, because it's what led me to encountering this thing. It was the beginning of an abnormally hot summer when we moved in, so I slept with my windows open, which wasn't a common occurrence. I fell asleep somewhat early and didn't dream very much, but I woke up between 1 or 2. I wasn't sure why. I'm normally in a deep sleep, but then I noticed something weird. There's a plug in my wall that glows with bright green and red lights, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything except for the ceiling. Even without my contacts, I knew something was wrong. Then I realized there was something in my room. As my eyes adjusted, I could tell that this thing was huge. It was stooped over, almost bent in half, and it was definitely humanoid. From the way the light shined in, I saw that it had super long arms and legs. Its legs were pressed against its chest, almost like the fetal position, and its arms were at least the length of my bed. At first, I tried to think rationally. I thought it must be a dream, so I tried the trick that I've used before, and I shoved my thumb through my palm. When I'm dreaming, there's little to no resistance, but nothing happened this time, because I wasn't dreaming. It wasn't a hallucination or sleep paralysis either, because I could still move. Plus, my room was still fairly empty. There's no way it could have been a jacket or anything like that. This was real. I was so terrified, I didn't move for nearly an hour. I was frightened that the thing would kill me, or worse. Occasionally, it would twitch or move its head. Otherwise, it just stared at me. Eventually, my eyes became better adjusted, and while I couldn't see many new details, I did see the part that freaked me out the most. Its eyes. They were extremely reflective and yellow, like an owl's. I knew I needed to do something. I didn't have a phone at 13, but I had a clock with a bright display that lit up my room quite a bit. I started easing towards it, but when I was about halfway to the button, that thing finally moved. It stuck its hands out of the window and literally unfolded itself. It even closed the window behind itself, and I heard it climb onto the roof before jumping into the woods. My parents came in the next morning to find me curled up in a ball on my bed, completely sleep-deprived, staring at a single closed window. Ever since that night, even if it's hot as hell, I cannot and will not sleep with any windows open, and to this day, I still don't know what that thing was. It wasn't anything like a Bigfoot, but I have two theories. It was either a woodland creature that claimed my room as a nest before I moved in, or it was some kind of dark spirit that attached itself to me. Either way, this was an actual encounter I had, and I just felt like sharing. Feel free to comment with any ideas for what it could possibly be. I genuinely have no clue. There's a cemetery right behind my apartment complex, so it's not uncommon to have experiences. I'm just not sure if this was a spirit or a cryptid, or if these experiences are even connected. A few nights ago, my friend and I were walking back from the store at 10:30. We both heard a little girl screaming things like, "Mommy," and "Help," just before seeing a man chase something into the woods. We called the police, but they wouldn't help. They only looked around a little before saying to call back if there was anything else. My friend and I kept hearing the cries, so we decided to search the woods ourselves. After a while, we went to the spot where we were when we first heard it, and it happened again. It was coming from the trails. Knowing it was a stupid idea, we went closer and saw what appeared to be a tall, skinny person, crouching. Its skin was gray and stretched thin across the bones. It looked up, but our lights weren't bright enough to see much. Then, there was a cracking sound, and I smelled the clay that you find by digging. We both felt sick and ran, but at the same time, the rain got really heavy, and the wind almost knocked me over. I'm on the heavier side, so that isn't easy to do. Ever since seeing it, my friend and I have been exhausted, almost like the energy was suddenly sucked out of us. Today, at around 6, it was already dark when I was walking back from the same store. As we passed the same spot where we saw the creature, I heard my best friend's voice. He lives 2 hours away, so it was a shocking thing to hear. He was yelling for me to wait, and I saw him standing there, but something wasn't right. He wears glasses, but this thing wasn't. It was also thinner and shorter, with brown eyes instead of blue. I later learned the friend I'd been walking with actually met me before I met him. He claims I approached him, warning that he shouldn't walk around alone because of creeps in the apartments. Then he gave me a description of the thing, and it looked like me, except it wore an ankle monitor, and its scars were in the wrong places. My friend was forced to stay on its left side, and had tried to lure him into the clearing behind the basketball court, a clearing I won't go near because I had a traumatic experience there. Apparently, this thing also asked for the boy who traumatized me and became angry when my friend didn't know the answer. For what it's worth, that kid moved away in 2017. I'll be honest. I've never used this site before, but I need a place to share what's been happening to me. Some backstory. I talk to myself a lot, whether it's to brainstorm or just when I'm bored, and I like to do this outside so I don't bother my family with it. The place where I live has bluffs all around and wooded areas galore. I live outside of town, and right next to me in my friend's house is this little bit of woods with a dilapidated house. Out of nowhere, about 6 months ago, this camper showed up. Me and my friend think that someone's living there, using the house for electricity or something. Regardless, about 3 weeks ago, I was outside talking to myself around 11 p.m., and I started hearing footsteps, and I felt as though I was being watched. I paused mid-sentence of my rant. Now, I wasn't concerned about animals because when I go outside, I bring a katana that I bought off Amazon. But as soon as I stopped talking, so did the footsteps. So, for some reason, I shouted out, "If any animal or person is up there, I'd suggest leaving since I have a sword and I know how to use it." Obviously, that doesn't sound that threatening, but I didn't hear anything else, so I shrugged it off. And I continued talking, but I heard footsteps leaving after I continued, and these were human for sure. It was only 2 feet walking, and it had weight behind them. Needless to say, I went inside after that. Now, I wish that was it, but it got way, way creepier. Just a few days ago, my dad and my sister had left around 6 p.m. to go to my brother's, so I was home alone. I was walking around and talking to myself about Overwatch 2 for some reason. And when I passed my sister's room, I noticed the door a bit cracked open, which isn't out of the usual, because she does that a lot when she leaves, but when I was in the kitchen, I heard her door slide shut. And I know it was hers because it makes a different sound than mine, my dad's. I figured it was no big deal. My sister just stayed home. And then I heard someone clear their throat, and it did kind of sound like my sister's, so I shrugged it off and went outside to grab the mail. When I came back, it would have been like 10 minutes because I noticed a storm in the distance, and I was watching it. I figured I'd go in and let my sister know about the storm, so I said, "Hey, Erica, you awake?" And I slid her door a crack, but when I did, she wasn't in her room. This had me on edge because that meant someone else shut her door and cleared their throat. I immediately got on a Discord call with 3 of my friends, and I told them what was going on. I proceeded to clear the house, katana in hand, all the closets, rooms, and under the beds. Nothing. Now, I should have called the police, but I didn't want to bother with it, so I sat down and hopped on a game with my friends. I was talking to the girl that I like, and I told her that I was actually concerned, and she said that I'm just paranoid and to relax. I figured maybe she's right, but it's been a few days, and I know what I saw and heard. What do you guys think? Am I overreacting, or do you guys think that maybe I'm right about this? I'm a 25-year-old male living in Utah, and I'm curious if there's anyone with an experience similar to my own. I'm pretty sure I saw a Wendigo or a skinwalker. I know it sounds crazy. I don't actually believe in monsters, and I'm fairly skeptical when it comes to the paranormal, but this happened when I was 17 and still in high school. Our house was in a small town, and our backyard was a vast stretch of empty fields and mountains separating us from the closest civilization. My best friend Jack lived next door, and we sort of shared this backyard space. His house was built on a different street, but the small cul-de-sac ended in this field. Later, it'll be relevant to know that his road was originally meant to have more houses, but they were never built. This meant that Jack's driveway was the only one in the cul-de-sac. At that age, I didn't have the best relationship with my parents, so I stayed at Jack's house a lot. A couple times a month, we would wake up to some weird gurgling and dragging sounds from the back porch. His room was in the basement, and the back porch could be seen through his window. But whenever we'd gather enough courage to check, nothing was there. This went on for years, but one night still haunts us to this day. It was around the time Jack was getting ready to move. We used to stay up all night playing games or watching movies, but on this night, we decided to drive around and listen to music. We hopped in his truck, switched on the high beams, and turned down the field as we drove onto the roundabout. That's when the lights illuminated this thing. It looked like a person, but it wasn't. It was naked, on all fours, abnormally large, particularly its limbs. They seemed to fold beneath the creature. Its pale skin was stretched tight over its frame, but the face is what still sends shivers down my spine. Its black eyes glistened as it stared at us, and its jaw hung open to reveal a gaping black maw, like a snake preparing to eat. Then, it suddenly began to scurry backwards into the brush, almost like a movie on rewind. My friend and I were pale as ghosts as we stared at each other in shock, disbelief. We tried to enjoy the rest of the night, but we couldn't believe what we saw. Instead, we stayed in his basement, guns ready, just in case we heard the gargling and dragging sounds again. But we never did. I'm sorry the end isn't more exciting, but it's the truth. I don't live in that town anymore, but sometimes I stop by for a visit. That empty field still feels like it's watching and waiting. Even though I can't see it, I still feel like it's out there.
I wouldn't consider myself a very spiritual person, but I have no explanation for what I encountered on my family's property, and was hoping that someone had an answer as to whether or not this was some kind of spirit or entity. My family has around 360 acres in northern Oklahoma. It's been in our family since the land rush. Growing up, the family would meet there for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but as the family expanded, it was quickly outgrown. Nowadays, I'm the only person that goes there, and I go or went there regularly to train with my firearms. I went there earlier this year, and I had an experience that shook me so badly that I haven't spoken about it until recently, and I'll never go back there alone. I arrived around 2 p.m. I set up my targets, but something felt off. I use an electric headset for hearing protection that also amplifies ambient noise, and I noticed that everything seemed to stop. No wind, no bugs, no birds, nothing. Just complete and total silence, which is very unusual for the area. I run my normal drills, and as the sun starts to set, things get stranger. Odd smells like dirty litter box and body odor. They start coming around, and I noticed that the coyotes were crossing the field west of me, almost as if they were intentionally avoiding entering the woods nearby. Then I started hearing interference coming over my headset, and what sounded like disembodied voices, speaking in an indiscernible language. Now I'm starting to worry. I start gathering my things, and I hear what sounds like a woman's blood-curdling scream coming from the woods. Around the same time, I got what I can only describe as a nauseating, omnidirectional feeling of being watched, shortly followed by very distinct footsteps trudging through the foliage in the tree line, approximately 30 yards from my position. I've been an avid hunter since childhood and familiar with noises of the woods, and the cadence of the footsteps were indicative of a large, bipedal creature, oddly human-like. I pull my phone out to take a video. I start scanning the tree line with my flashlight, Standing behind a tree at the edge of the tree line was a tall black silhouette with spindly limbs and a pale face looking directly at me. I managed to capture a great still image of it from the video that I'll try to find and attach. Well, I quickly grabbed my range bag and I made a run towards my truck. I got about 50 yards from the truck and the light post on our property that's hooked up to the county power. It's never been turned off in 20 years since I've been going there. Suddenly, it cuts off. Now, I'm blindly running in the direction I believe my truck is in while I hit the unlock button to find the lights. I get in my truck, speed off, and as I'm watching in the rear view, the light post turns back on. I apologize for the long post, but I'm finally ready to get this out in the open for interpretation. I tend to think of myself as a rational person that doesn't necessarily believe in the woo kind of stuff. Although my mother described me as being sensitive and somewhat gravitated towards energies as a child, I was doing everything I could to rationalize or come up with a reasonable explanation for the things I was experiencing, but I have no explanation. The kind of fear this experience put into me is unlike any kind of fear I've ever felt. This happened a few months ago. Me and my friends were messing around in a forest near our houses. We were walking through it, and my friend shouted out that he saw a figure in there, pointing to a drainage tunnel. We messed around by throwing rocks at the tunnel, and then we went on. We saw there was a pathway with a dead end to the left, but there was a small space to jump to. You just had to take a right. My friend and I were talking, and we saw our other friend jump to the left, where the dead end was. But when we looked, he wasn't there. We walked the entire forest 4 times. We were talking to each other, calling out for our friend. We'd made our way back to the entrance, and we saw our friend walking toward the exit. When we caught up to him, he said that he had heard us talking and bickering, following our voices, but we were at the other end. There was another weird part. When we were walking the 3rd time, one of the bushes started shaking profusely for about 4 seconds. I don't know. Some sort of mimic or other dimensions.
My mother has told us this story about her childhood a few times when we were kids. The story never changed. When she was about 8 or so, in the early 80s, she'd experienced a type of sleep paralysis where she couldn't move, speak, or shout, but was fully awake. My mother said that she was able to look around and see the window, where this gray owl would be perched on the exterior of her window, looking at her, staring, every time. Her sister and her father, my Grandpa Bob and my Aunt Nat, they'd seen the owl for themselves. And my mother would be paralyzed up until the owl flew away. It would land on a nearby telephone pole each time. Grandpa Bob had had enough. He waited until the owl would show up. He scared it away from my mother's window, and he told the girls to stay inside. He then took his rifle, went outside, and aimed at the usual spot where the owl would land, and he pulled the trigger. He always said the same words. It had sparks coming from it as it fell to the ground, and it was nowhere to be found, no traces, no blood or feathers. It had vanished after I shot it, whatever it was. Keep in mind that this is during winter when this had happened. There should have been tracks of some sort in the snow at the base of the pole, but there were none. It's like it never hit the ground. Now, in my culture, some people say owls are a bad omen, Others say the opposite. Some say they're demons, where some say they're signs of good luck. Who really knows for sure what's out there? My husband and I play music together, and in August 2017, we were on tour through Nevada and California. We decided after Reno that we'd drive through Yosemite to our next show in Fresno. We opted to take the arguably less scenic route, traveling down the California-Nevada border. By the time we made it to the 120 for Yosemite, it was dark. But since our van was our home and we didn't have to mess with the tent, we weren't that concerned. We figured we would just stop at the first campsite we saw along the route, park the van, and explore the next day. The further we go, the darker it seems to get. And for being one of the most populated national parks, it seems very dead. It's a little after 1 a.m., and while my husband continues to look for any sign of anything, I lean back and I start to doze off. While we slowly drive through these windy 2-lane forest roads, I feel the car slow to a stop, and the low music that we're listening to gets cut. I'm still leaning back, and I'm about to ask what's going on, but just as I started to speak, Ryan did too.
Amanda, look, do you see that?
I lean my seat up, and about 50 yards in front of us, partially lit by our headlights, is a figure standing on the side of the road, wearing all white. Shoulders square, head down, but facing the direction we're approaching. Ryan asks if I think it's a ghost, and I'm genuinely considering it a possibility. We haven't seen a town, a person, or even a car for hours. There's just no reason for a person to be out here, especially so close to the road. Ryan slowly releases his foot from the brakes, letting the van crawl forward towards the figure standing on the side of the road. When our headlights cast a full light onto the entity, it's about 25 yards in front of us when Ryan leans pressure back on the brakes. It's a man, barefoot, wearing a white button-up shirt and flowy, taekwondo-esque looking pants. His stoicism is unbroken as we approached. We just stared at him, and he stared back at us. Clean-cut, shaggy brown hair, mid-20s or 30s. He no longer resembled a ghost. The bottom cuffs of his pants were torn and dirty, and I thought that I could see a shadow behind him in the light. His hand wasn't outstretched as if he was hitchhiking, nor did he have any belongings with him. I don't know if he was even looking at us or just through us, like he was standing with his attention fixed, with or without a van shining its beams in his face, like his eyes, they didn't even squint when the light hit. Something felt so off. I remember saying my husband's name out loud in a tone that definitely conveyed concern. I know I wanted to speed up and get past this man. Without a word, Ryan hits the gas, and we zip past him. We both had goosebumps the remainder of that drive, and I was wide awake for the rest of it too. We drove for a while without stopping, but eventually we made ourselves turn into a campground, opting for a spot underneath what seemed to be the only streetlight in the entire place. If you're entering the park from the east, this was just before Tioga Pass, right before the east entrance of Yosemite. A few weeks ago, my boss, Patty, shared a few of her paranormal experiences while we closed down the restaurant. She's in her 70s, and her family owned and operated an actual haunted hotel when she was growing up. It was built in 1927, and it's still one of the nicest hotels in town. I've never stayed there personally, but I thought it would be fun to share Patty's stories. I didn't know what party lines were, not until Patty explained how she had to share a landline with other people. Multiple families would share a single phone line back in the day. It was wild. Their hotel didn't have physical phones in each room, but they had one in their residence, and it was the same line as the phone at the front desk. Sometimes, guests would complain of a young girl speaking into the phone, and it was assumed to be Patty or her sisters. The hotel already had a reputation for being haunted, so guests assumed it was a gimmick. But Patty and her family heard it sometimes too. How often the girl spoke varied from several days in a row to months of total silence. Most of the time, the girl called out, "Hello," as if she wasn't sure anyone was there. But no matter what they replied, it was like she couldn't hear them. There was also a handful of times that the girl was crying, and the longer they listened, the louder it got. And Patty still seemed shaken by recalling the young girl's plea for help. She was 10 when she heard it. She'd answered the phone while her mom was cooking. It was only her aunt, but the connection sounded fuzzier than usual. Like someone crumpled a candy wrapper in the receiver. Her aunt's voice was barely audible, but then a clear, distinct child said, "Hello?" Before she could reply, the static spiked and the sobbing began. Patty tried to ask what was wrong, and her mother grew concerned by the panic in her voice. Before the phone was taken, she heard the crying child's desperate pleas for help. She dropped the phone and tried to run away, but her mother caught her by the arm, telling her to wait a second as she put the receiver to her own ear. No one was there. The aunt arrived in a panic 10 minutes later, having assumed Patty screamed for help. When she tried to call back, she couldn't get through, yet other calls had come in just fine. They never learned the poor girl's name, but they believed she was the child of a construction worker. When the hotel was built, they didn't have safety codes or workers' union. Immigrants were cheap, easy labor, and often taken advantage of. One of the builders was a widower with a young girl, maybe 4 or 5. But they were homeless. He set up camp near the river, but the child was too young to be left alone. A foreman took pity on the man and allowed the girl to stay in one of the completed rooms during the man's shifts. For weeks, the man fed his daughter, left her in the room with a sack lunch, and worked until dusk. For weeks, he retrieved her sleeping form and carried her to the camp they called home. Until one night, she wasn't there. At first, he thought she'd wandered out, maybe searching for an outhouse. The foreman collected men for a search party, but no one could find her. They searched through the night, and the next day, she was so young, she couldn't have wandered too far, not alone. They concluded she must have been kidnapped and expanded the search radius, but she was never seen again. A few years later, the foreman was arrested for kidnapping an employee's daughter. He never confessed to taking the first, but people believed he did. Some people have wondered if her body is buried beneath the hotel's concrete foundation. Her father never left town. He couldn't give up the last hope of finding his daughter. But when he learned of the foreman, he walked into the jailhouse with a shotgun. They say that no one tried to stop him, not until he turned the gun on himself, but they couldn't get to him in time. Both he and the foreman died that night. Sometimes, when the ghost was particularly active, the customers would tell their friends, and they would have people walking in off the street just to use their phone. Most believed it was fake, but they still paid for the experience, so Patty's family went along with it. There was only one time they had a genuinely unsettling experience. An older man, probably in his 50s, he came just before 10 p.m., while Patty was watching the front desk. His appearance was almost inhuman. He was bald, incredibly tall, dressed in a black suit, and his ears looked plastic. His nose was pointy, almost like a bird's beak, and his top lip looked like he had corrective surgery. Paired with his small, dark eyes and non-existent chin, he appeared almost alien. Patty was terrified the moment he entered the lobby. She managed to ask if he wanted a room, but she could barely get the words out. That's not what he wanted, anyway. He wanted to use the telephone. His voice, like his face, was void of emotion, almost robotic. After a brief pause, he added, "Please," as if saying it was an annoying requirement. Patty squeaked out a timid, "Yes, sir," but her voice was barely audible as she placed the phone on top of the counter. The moment it was in his sight, she ceased to exist. He bent down, bringing the tip of his pointed nose just above the receiver. She heard him inhale deeply several times, breathing it in as one would their favorite scent. She didn't move or speak. She had a terrible feeling that she shouldn't. He kept pausing to turn his ear to the base, like he was listening for something. After smelling every part of the phone, he removed a handkerchief from his breast pocket, and with great deference, he picked up the receiver to carefully inspect every inch. When satisfied, he placed the receiver on the desk and began dialing a number, still using the handkerchief. She thought that he was choosing numbers at random. He never spoke to the operator, and he dialed enough numbers to call China twice. It shouldn't have worked, but then he picked up the receiver once more, and holding it a few inches from his ear, he said, "Hello? Yes? No? 38 GP? Yes?" And that was it. Patty heard something on the other end, but it was so distorted, she couldn't tell if it was words or something else. The man in black retrieved a small notepad from his pocket, unclipped the attached pencil, wrote for a moment, and left without a word. When she told her father, he asked staff members if they saw the man, but no one else had, and they never saw him again. They didn't know if he was a ghost too, or just a man with a screw loose on vacation, but Patty had never heard of the men in black until I told her about them. Maybe someone here can tell us if that might be what this is. When I was 15 or so, me and my group of friends all slept over at one of our friends' houses. This dude lived in the most absolutely rural area of our already rural town, basically in the middle of the woods, a house just absolutely surrounded by thick walls of trees. In the evening, we decided to go out and start a bonfire deep in his woods. So we packed up, got our materials, and went straight out into the woods. On the way to the spot we'd be making our campfire at, he told us how fucked up and creepy his woods are. He told us the numerous things that he's seen. White, skinny figures peeking around his shed, staring at him, and running off when he looked at it. Screaming and whispers coming from the woods, figures watching him, all that good stuff. It set the mood pretty well. By around 7 at night, we had the campfire set up. It was pitch black outside, as it was the middle of winter in New Hampshire. I can still remember how creepy the whole vibe was that night. You couldn't see a single thing because the ring of light coming out of the fire, everything else was just a black wall of nothingness. And the sound of the forest, it was so quiet that it was almost deafeningly loud if we didn't talk. We ended up needing more firewood, amongst other things, to sustain us and the fire, so my friend takes me with him to go back and get it. Without a flashlight or any source of light, me and him walk the 1.5-mile long trail back to his house in complete and utter darkness. It was all good. We were talking, joking with each other, having a good time just hanging out. When the first noises started, he immediately made me stop talking. To my left and my right was a bunch of different sounds: screaming, laughing, talking, whispering, shouting, people saying inaudible words. It sounded like there were something around 20 people around us. The natural night vision had set in a decent amount. I looked over at my friend, who had his head down and didn't say a single word. Known for being a complete goofball and a wild, funny dude, I'd never seen him look so shaken and serious in my life. He had this look to him that still haunts me to this day. We knew him, and he portrayed himself as this fearless leader type of our group. Seeing him so shaken up and afraid was really, really unsettling. I started to say something along the lines of, "What the fuck is that?" before he cut me off and told me to be quiet, face forward, and not to pay attention to any of the sounds. I did what he said, and the next 3 or so minutes was uncomfortable and terrifying. I remember feeling sick to my stomach. By the time we reached his house, the sounds had stopped. We both grabbed what we needed to grab in the silence, and that's when I could really listen to the sheer quietness of that night. No birds, no sticks falling, no sound. Absurdly silent. We walked back to the campsite. Nothing else occurred that night. Still my most unsettling and bizarre experience that I've almost no explanation of. This could be a paranormal experience, although I'm not sure.
This is my very first time posting anything, so forgive me if it sounds a tad awkward. The story I want to share occurred during the last half of 2021, when my partner and I lived in Australia. We rented my partner's grandparents' house after they were put into a nursing home. My partner was working as an EN, enrolled nurse, and usually returned around 7 p.m. I worked night shifts at a fueling station, but this happened on my night off. Our living room was a rectangle, and the north wall consisted of windows overlooking the front patio. To access the front door, one must walk up the driveway and directly past the front windows. The couches even faced those windows. If someone was in the living room, it was impossible to get by unnoticed. At 6:15 p.m., I was watching Dragon Ball Super in the dark, and the curtains had a gap big enough to see outside. That's when I heard the distinct sound of my partner's feet coming up the gravel driveway, opening the gate, and walking past the front window. I thought she'd gotten off early. I saw her walk past the gap in the curtains, but after a minute of total silence, I began to wonder why she wasn't coming inside. Curious, I went to the curtain and peeked outside. But to my surprise, she wasn't there. While pondering what just happened, I heard footsteps coming down the driveway, and to my utter bewilderment, it was her. Once inside, I asked if she forgot something in her car, but she hadn't. She'd just gotten off work early. I didn't say anything when she asked why. There's more to it, but this was the first thing that happened, and the creepiest. I need help figuring out what I saw today. It's
It's June 1st, 2022, and around 9:30 p.m., I went to my grandma's house in hopes of getting a jacket. She lives behind someone's house, and we know them pretty well, so I cut through their driveway. Using the alleyway is kind of weird since I'm still a kid. Grandma has a tree in front of her house, and the owner put a 2 to 3 foot tall wooden board against it. I heard a sound while walking and quickly turned on my phone's light, pointing it at the sound. Behind the board was a deer's head with white eyes and a human body. I live in a city, so deers aren't exactly common. I was frozen only for a moment before running to Grandma's house, terrified and pounding on her door. She wanted to know why I looked so frightened, and I told her it was because I saw something. Knowing I don't scare easily, she offered to walk me home, but as we went to leave, my dad ran in. He wanted to know where we were going, but he didn't know what to say when I relayed what happened. I've seen a lot, but nothing has ever scared me like this. I could really use your help. I live in Alaska, and we have a legend of creatures called the Kushtaka. They're half otter, half man things that can mimic voices and lure people to their doom, similar to Will-o'-the-Wisp. One day, my friend Sam was hunting with his father and brother. They'd been out for a while when he heard his father's voice calling him from behind. But he could see his father about 20 feet ahead. Sam hurried to catch up, asking if his father said anything, but he hadn't. He did, however, hear the same thing his son had. He told Sam to grab his brother and come right back, and that's what he did. Once they returned, their father said, "Listen very carefully. When I say go, I want you two to follow me as closely as you can. Ready? Go." They all began sprinting through the woods at a breakneck speed. Sam swore he could hear something chasing after them, but he never looked back. After a few minutes, his father pulled them into an alcove behind a fallen log. They waited there in complete silence as they saw something furry and wet run by their hiding spot, and it smelled like rotten fish. Once enough time passed without hearing anything, they left the hiding spot, and they saw something. They saw some odd-looking footprints, more animal than human, and Sam found a bit of hair stuck in the nearby branch. He showed me the fur, and it was extremely gross. It was green and slimy, and it only looked like hair until I touched it. Then it was obviously fur. Plus, Sam had never lied to me before. I have no doubt that he saw a Kushtaka. I've heard stories of doppelgangers, glitch in the matrix stories. I've always been fascinated by them. I used to wonder, why don't more people have these experiences? And then one day, I had one of my own. A doppelganger event or shift in time, reality, whatever it was, it happened to me. A little bit of context first about myself and where I live. I'm a 20-year-old guy, tall, broad shoulders, brown hair. I live in a small English village in the countryside. It's the kind of place where you don't see many new people living there. I've lived there my entire life, and I see the same regular people going about their lives on a regular basis. Anyways, back to the story. I walked from my house just on the edge of the village to the local shop to get some groceries. It was midday, and the weather was quite dull and gloomy. Everything was going normal until I walked back from the shop. I'm walking on the path outside of an old church. I carry on walking down the path ahead of me. But I have the option to cross the street and walk on the other path that leads to the same route that I was going to, just a different way. Anyway, as I think about crossing over, I look into the distance not too far away from me, and on the other side of the path, I see me. This person is the same height and build as me, and they're wearing the same clothes. I was wearing a green wax coat and black trousers, and so was the guy ahead of me, on the other side of the road. He also had the same brown hairstyle as me. My mind was racing about what could be happening. I then noticed that the guy ahead is carrying the same shopping bag as I am. I am then surprised to see this person that looks just like me and wave at an old woman who was walking the same path as I was, but was ahead of me in the opposite direction. I walked past the old woman, and then I decided to cross the road to follow the other me. But as I'm about to, a black car drives by, blocking my view. I decided not to go the same way as the other me because I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't. As I make the decision not to go the way that the guy that looks like me went, he disappears, just vanished, the moment that I decided not to go that way. I didn't see him disappear. It was like he was never there. But I still had the vivid memory of the event. It was like by suddenly deciding not to go that way, I changed time. I moved quickly ahead to see where he was, but this other me is nowhere to be found. I look in the driveways of people's houses, and he wasn't in any of them. There's nowhere for him to go. My mind was blown. As I walked back, I had the most eerie feeling and got quite creeped out. I think I had a time slip, and that I was seeing into a possible future, but by changing my mind and not going that way, that never happened, so the other me disappeared. But one thing that I could not figure out was who was the old woman that he was waving at. I don't know her, and I walked past her, but when I walked past her, she didn't seem surprised or shocked that she saw two of me. Who she was is also a mystery.
This happened like 15 years ago. It was school holidays, and my friend, who we'll call Sarah, and I were extremely bored and just wanted to chill. This was summertime. We lived in a small town called New Braunfels in Texas. Everything's kinda spread out. Anyway, it was around midnight and we didn't know where to go, so we just decided to go to the park. It's a little big. We were there for around an hour or so, nothing unusual, until we both saw someone or something crouched on a table. First off, a little weird someone else being in the same park at this time, but what's creepy as fuck is that this person was crouching on top of the fucking table. He wasn't even sitting on the bench. What really fucked me up, because I didn't look away, I kept looking closer. I noticed that there were wings. The body was completely human, but had fucking wings. The part that I'll never forget. All of a sudden, the most blood-curdling scream, like a woman being stabbed to death. But while sounding like a woman, it also sounded unhuman at the same time. Like a scream that a normal person doesn't do, but a scream animals can't even make. Almost like those screams in a movie that a demon or something makes. Then it just stands up, and this fucker has to be about 8 feet tall, minimum. We both ran as fast as we could. Have you ever run to your lungs' max capacity? I ran until I had no air left in my lungs, and then I kept running until I had to slow down because I was coughing so much. We knocked on people's doors and kept getting threatened that they have guns and they'll shoot if we don't leave. We were literally locked outside with this thing. I kept looking into the sky because this thing reminded me of that movie, Jeepers Creepers. After about 20 minutes, the police show up and of course think that we're on drugs. But they wanted to let us go. I walked the rest of the way. I just lived a few blocks away. The police drove my friend home. There were 2 cops, a white cop and a Hispanic. When the Hispanic cop heard the story, he pretended like it was just made up. But the look on his face, it told me that he knows something about this thing, something his partner didn't know. I have PTSD now. I hate going outside alone at night, especially near parks or the woods. Weird people don't really scare cops. Animals don't really scare them. But you know, it felt like something much worse, having a cop lie, not being able to keep a straight face because of fear. Like I said, it's a story that happened and I remember clear as day, but a story that nobody believes. For starters, when this took place, I was smaller, not very strong, but I was a good runner. I always went to my friend's house at 6:45, returned between 8 and 9, but during the fall and winter months, it was much darker. This story takes place during the fall, so the roads were clear enough to ride my electric scooter home. It's faster than a 5 to 10 minute walk with headphones. It was roughly 8:45 when I started rolling my way home, and many of the walkways were pitch black. The only thing that kept me from falling was my familiarity of where the ditches were. At the halfway point, there's a path that runs behind a row of houses and alongside a school. At the end, there are lights in front of the school. Everything becomes easy to see again. But just before that is the darkest part. There's a massive ditch to the left, and with the exception of a few trees and bushes concealing its edge, it's completely hollow. There's also a smaller ditch to the right. In other words, it's the perfect place to hide from anyone without a bright light. I had just made it onto the street when I started hearing an echo of footsteps. It sounded like a second pair of feet. I rationalized it to be me slapping my foot on the concrete too hard when I pushed it off, but the steps didn't match. I slowed down and waited, barely moving as I listened. Stupid decision. And I didn't hear a sound. Relief washed over me, and I continued forward, but so did the footsteps. I didn't dare look back. I sped up, and a few seconds later, they did too. You might be wondering how they kept up with an electric scooter, but it wasn't very fast. All it really did was cut back on the amount of work I had to put in, but it was easy to catch up with if I wasn't putting my full effort into speed. I was going reasonably fast, refusing to look back or give any indication I was suspicious. Once closer to home, I began thinking, this is ridiculous. You're just overreacting about an echo. You're acting like a 9-year-old. Feeling a bit better, that's when I turned onto my street, and the most ear-splitting whistle sound came from behind me and to my right. I turned to look for only a second, but I didn't want to die, so I booked it. Without making a sound, I took off, almost destroying my shoes in the process of making it home. And I heard nothing except my own feet hitting the ground. Luckily, the garage was wide open. I rushed inside, closed it, and looked out to see if anyone was there. I never saw the person. I was scared to death for the rest of the week. Whenever I went to my friend's house, I never took that route again. Some people say it was my imagination, but even if it were,
Where the hell did the whistle come from? This happened a couple months ago, and I'm still confused about exactly what I saw. My boyfriend and I were driving to Colorado late at night. I think it was between 12 and 2 a.m. I'm not sure, but it was pitch black. We were in the middle of nowhere, and there were no houses, no lights for miles. My boyfriend was asleep in the passenger seat, and it was a clear night. The moon and stars emitted enough light to somewhat see our surroundings. I was getting sleepy, but trying to push myself to the next town where we could stop and rest. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a thick white fog surrounds us, and it seems to stretch for miles. I didn't think much about it at first. I assumed it was normal for being in the mountains. Then, I saw headlights coming from the opposite direction. I did my best to focus on the road as they came closer. It was so strange. It was as if the car wasn't moving, but it was getting closer, and the lights grew brighter and brighter. Finally, I passed the car, but when I looked in my rearview mirror, the car was gone. There were no taillights, nothing. I chalked it up to a combination of thick fog and me being tired. I continued on. The fog continued on for what seemed like forever before suddenly disappearing. The night sky returned, and it was like nothing happened. Seeing lights in the distance, I knew that I'd be able to rest soon. I could also see a hitchhiker. They had a small reflector on their pack. I planned to stop and offer them a ride when they vanished into thin air. 1 second, they were there. The next, they were gone. I had looked at my phone for maybe a second to see how far we were from the next town, and when I looked up, poof. I still don't know if it was my brain playing tricks on me or what, but I've never experienced anything like it since. I've gone on plenty of trips, but this one is definitely the strangest. I'm not going to claim that I know what I saw 100%, but in 2016, while backpacking through Three Sisters, Oregon, my fiancé and I definitely experienced something incredible. Incredible, but fucking terrifying. The trip we'd planned was likely to take us more than 4 days, so we planned for a safe 6. We started at the Obsidian Trailhead, one that you need a permit for, so often it's less busy, but guaranteed parking and camping. North End is where we wanted to spend a good deal of our time. But we'd gotten a somewhat late start, so we knew we'd end up camping before we made it that far, so this trailhead was best. A little over an hour before sunset, we picked a spot near Hand Lake. Not too hidden, but off the trail enough to not be in the way. Almost as soon as we set up camp, we both decided to explore immediately around us. We'd absolutely picked a beautiful spot. To the east of our tent was a gorgeous open valley, which would make for an amazing sunrise. Then to the west were valleys of dense forest. While walking near the edge of the forest, maybe 25 feet from our tent, I noticed large clumps of what I thought initially was dead grass or dead pine needles. I asked my fiancé what he thought these clumps were. After a bit of silence, he says he doesn't know, but I watch as he picks one up and then immediately drops it. He has a disgusted look on his face and he's practically gagging. More nervous now, I ask him, "What is it?" Uncomfortably, he says, "It's fur, and it fucking stinks." Neither of us said much, but later I'd learned that we both considered moving our tent at that point, but sundown was maybe 20 minutes away. We'd never be able to make a move before sundown. Besides, within just a few moments, we were distracted by a little chipmunk family, and we started to really enjoy the sereneness of it all. It was like we had the whole valley to ourselves. The sun officially started to set, so we decided before we laid our heads down, we would use nature's bathroom. I didn't want to wander too far away from my fiancé, but we joked about being far enough as to not accidentally pee on each other. The mood was light. Then, it wasn't. I'd had to shush myself because I was still laughing to myself about earlier, but something compelled me to stop making noise. And when I did, it sounded like something heavy and large was making their way through the trees behind me. Before panicking, I remembered my fiancé was a bit behind me, or to the right of me. Maybe he was finding a new spot. But this didn't sound like my fiancé. It was heavier, and its footing, it seemed slow. I knew something was off about these steps, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I finished my business, and as I stood up, I could see my fiancé. He was in front of me, not behind me. And he didn't look good. He looked white as a ghost. Instinctually, I turn around quickly, expecting to see something, but I don't. My fiancé grabs my hand and we start walking quickly back to the camp. He pulls me in, whispering, "Something's out there. A bear? I don't know. It was tall and big, really big." Bears weren't impossible, but they were rare. We weren't quite to our tent when we heard something thunderous. It was the sound of a large tree or tree limb smashing to the ground, crashing in half, and falling hard just behind where we previously were. We stop in place. We duck behind a large rock surrounded by bushes. Despite being curious, I'm burying my head in my fiancé's arms as to try to get a grip and calm myself down. As I pull my eyes away and out into the world, I can see a large looming creature. It's a distance away, but it towers over in a way that I can see its back. Not a bear. Still furry. So, an animal. There's no way this thing is on 4 legs. Far too tall. I realize the sounds haven't stopped. Large tree limbs snapping, but also being quickly picked up, followed by sounds of being dragged. We can see above us, tree limbs in the distance. They're falling and rising again with heavy thuds, and you can hear a sort of whip or whoosh in the air. The figure, creature, got closer to us at one point, and I made the mistake of breathing. It took everything not to gag at the smell emanating from the other side of the bushes. Some sort of mixture between actual hot garbage and cow manure. I clenched my teeth so hard I could hear the grind, but I was just trying to stop breathing. At this point, not moving wasn't a problem. I was frozen, not even in the traditional sense. This was a sort of trance. It was almost calming, yet I knew it wasn't natural. What I couldn't do in that moment was look at my fiancé. I wasn't able to move my head or my body at all. At some point, the footsteps, the dragging of tree limbs, it all started to sound much further away. A shadow was no longer showing itself, and the creature itself was no longer visible from inside the bushes. I was suddenly moving my head and my limbs around, just to ensure that they still worked. They did. Still, we waited for a while. We stayed in the bushes long enough for the sun to set entirely, and then some. Finally, we decided to go back to our tent, slightly unprepared. The area was incredibly dark, and we'd only grabbed 2 small headlamps before making our initial quick walk around the area. We struggled to make it back without looking over our shoulders every couple moments. Once back, we realized how unfortunate it was to be in one of the areas which didn't allow for small campfires. It emphasized just how dark and just how alone we really were. Feeling a bit helpless, we dug out a few lanterns. We were stuck with only their weak glow as we got ourselves ready to try and sleep. Eating was entirely out of the question, as that smell lingered in my nostril for what felt like hours. We wouldn't get much sleep that night. We decided the rest of our trip we would stick with crowds or groups of people, or at least with camping. We'd try not to do it solo. We re-examined the clumps of fur from the previous day as we packed up the following morning. My fiancé eventually made a joke about how we should have bagged it up and had it tested. I told him that if he were to touch it again, the wedding was off. Somehow, we managed to have a light-hearted morning, but we would both later admit that we were pretty fucking terrified the entire trip. We'd only tried to make the best of it for each other. So, what do you think? Did we run into Bigfoot himself? Or a very stinky, very strange bear? I don't know. Help me out here. Again, this was Three Sisters, Oregon, in the Deschutes National Forest. Thanks for listening. All right, so everybody with knowledge of cryptids. I'm hunting for information on a cryptid that I'm not sure has been marked down yet. There have been multiple sightings in my small town of Merrill, Michigan, something of which doesn't match a single cryptid I've read about, not yet, and I've read about a lot. I personally have not seen it, so I'm sorry for breaking that rule. But I have 3 witnesses that I would put my life on, and I really want to know what this thing is. The first witness is my uncle, and he's the main reason that I'm on this hunt. When he was young, he used to take night walks in the neighborhood woods, right before sunrise, as long as it was dark enough so the neighbors could see him. He would take a very dim flashlight with him on purpose, and if he thought someone saw him or was following him, he'd put his hand over it and hide in the woods' darkness. He claimed the main things that scared him were the raccoons and opossums. He never had problems with people on his walks, but he still knew the risk of trespassing. Though his story isn't very exciting, he got the best view of the creature out of all 3 witnesses, claiming that it only stood a few feet tall, and that it had legs bent backwards with large, fly-like eyes, and the rest of it looked like a kangaroo or monkey hybrid. There are many cryptids that are close in visuals, but none of them have this thick hair and big eyes like this one had. I showed him a drawing of other look-alike cryptids. He's dismissed every one of them. He claimed that he was walking out of the woods just as it was getting brighter. The sky was gray and the woods still dark from the trees, but the road was almost visible down the whole mile. On his way across the road back to the house, he saw that thing a little ways down the road. It's said to have crossed the road in 2 steps, despite being short, and disappearing into the woods my uncle had just exited. The second witness is deceased now. He was a natural conspiracist, so it came as no surprise when I heard this story years ago. Though his description was less valuable, I have the belief that this was the same cryptid. A couple of miles from the first incident, this man said that he had seen a small, ape-like figure, and that it jumped almost to the top of the trees. This is the least resourceful sighting, because I cannot ask the man to answer anything he left out, or to give more info. This is all I have for this sighting. The third is my grandma's good friend, Sylvia, from a state away. Every 4th of July, they park a camper in my grandma's yard and stay for a week or two to visit all the friends and family they left behind when they moved out of state. Keep in mind, these folk have never seen or even heard the stories about this creature. And for this story, I was in the house when it happened. Sylvia's husband had a few beers with my grandparents. There's a big tree on the side of a barely used road, and he walked over to it to use the bathroom. As he was peeing on this tree, he noticed the same big black bug eyes that my uncle had seen. It was staring him down from the tree line across the road. And as soon as he focused on it, the cryptid backed up into the brush and was gone. Me and my uncle freaked out about this, as you would, because it had been 6 years or so since someone that we knew spotted the thing. As crazy as it sounds, me and my whole family believe and know this creature to be real. We've even narrowed down where it possibly calls home, based on how far the sightings go. Sorry for the long and many paragraph story, but if you have any idea what might be lurking around mid-Michigan, please leave a name of a cryptid or description, drawing. My family and me all want to know what so many of us have seen. Any ideas? I feel like now that I'm growing up, I'm starting to feel the gravity of many things that happen and have happened around me. Being a curious person, I like to investigate things, like to make my own theories around them. Yesterday morning, I started having this conversation with my mom about my theories on what dreams actually are and what science says about it. In the midst of that conversation, I suddenly recalled an incident that happened with her many years ago. My mom is not the type of person who likes to make things up. She's also so skeptical of superstitions. I, and only I, know that if she claims to have seen something with her own eyes, something which freaked her out and almost froze her to death, she's speaking the truth. It happened 12 years ago. My family was going through a financial crisis, and we used to live in my maternal grandmother's house back then. Recently, a thief had also been sighted in the house, who ran away in a panic because of the fear of being caught. Many scary things were happening, and we were damn serious toward all of them, as they were causing our family a lot of stress. I didn't get to know exactly when and how, but one evening, my mom told my grandma that she saw a hairy demon in the bathroom, and she almost froze to death seeing that. As I was a stupid 11-year-old kid back then, I took it as a funny horror story. I let it be. When I recalled this incident yesterday, I decided to ask about the details to my mom, so I asked her to explain what was the appearance of that thing, actually. She told me that it was sitting on the floor in our bathroom. She said that it looked like an early man. Told me it was so gigantic that when it stood up on its legs, he easily reached the ceiling. As she froze and started screaming for help to my dad, this creature took only a couple of very, very long strides and disappeared. She says she doesn't recall much details from how this thing actually disappeared. I asked her why she calls this thing a demon. She said that because that's what her first guess was. I asked, "So you mean it looked like a caveman?" She said, "No, it wasn't a man or a human in the first place." "A beast?" I asked. She said yes. She said it had very long hair all over its body, that the hair had a soil-like color. Immediately my brain said, "Bigfoot?" Then I Googled Bigfoot and showed her the images. She said that it very much resembled the appearance in those images. I was shocked to hear that. The thing is, I'm from India. Nobody has ever heard of a Bigfoot in India, let alone in an urban environment. And that, too, in one's bathroom. As weird and illogical as this incident sounds, it really happened. My mom rarely believes in things like these, and she's always very serious towards life. She's never been attention-seeking or something. This incident has never helped her in any way. In fact, she was facing so many more challenges in life that this incident was a fresh wound on already wounded skin. So, what do you guys think of this incident? How can one see a Bigfoot-like creature in one's own home, which then disappears and is never seen again? Could it be something else? Also, there's a little incident about how my grandma saw it too, around the same time. But I'll stop here. An entity has been hanging around my room since I moved in 2020. It's not malevolent, it's actually quite kind. My friend Cass has felt it hug him, and he's overall comforted by the entity. An hour ago, Kaz and I drove to a secluded spot I'd been wanting to visit at night. It seemed like a good place to smoke. When we were talking about it, we started smelling cherries with a hint of cigar. When we made the last turn for our destination, there was a downed tree in the road. It didn't block the way completely, but the gap was too small for my car, so I turned around and used a back road instead. The back road was a small one lane that cut through a thick forest. There was no service and very few houses. We were talking along the way, and as we crossed the bridge, I pointed to a spot that I wanted to take him to next time. Just after I looked away, he saw something strange and asked if I saw it too. I assumed it was an animal, but I hadn't seen anything at all. Cass said it looked like something crossed the road, and we both felt an intense sense of dread. I stopped the car, took a moment, and was suddenly certain we weren't supposed to be there. I turned around, but the dread only grew more intense until we crossed the bridge. After that, it eased up a little, but it didn't go away entirely. I stated that whatever we sensed wasn't allowed to follow us home, and it wasn't allowed on my property. The feeling finally started to disappear then, but we kept seeing shadows along the side of the road. As I drove along, a white truck zoomed up to the stop sign on the side of the road and pulled out directly behind us. This didn't concern me until I saw it tailing the hell out of us in the rear view. I alerted Cass, and he said that the truck gave him a bad feeling. When we got to the stop sign at the highway, I didn't use a blinker, but the truck did, and it was going the same way. After making the turn, I waited a few seconds before looking back, and it was gone. It had disappeared into thin air. The drive home was silent. Cass waited until we got back to talk about what happened. I was telling the story to a friend on Discord and asked Cass to describe what he saw, if it walked on 2 legs or 4. But he said it didn't have any legs. It was brown, and it just looked like a singular head crossing the road. It was taller than my closet door, but he didn't know what its body looked like. I asked if it could have been a bat, but he swears it couldn't have been. During the drive home, we both noted that it felt like there was a hand on each of our shoulders. He pointed out the log in the road, that it could have been a sign not to go, along with a friendly entity appearing in my room beforehand. I think this was a Wendigo. I'm currently 45, but this happened in 1993, when I was 15. We'd just moved into a big house located on the edge of Waukewa Springs State Park. At the time, I'd heard of Bigfoot, but the stories didn't interest me. We couldn't put the trash out until right before the garbage trucks ran, or the black bears would tear it apart. The deer population was off the charts. Plus, we'd see wild turkeys, pigs, and bobcats. Our home was next to the lake, and the only other houses were at the front of the neighborhood. No one was living on either side of us yet. After school, I'd go into the woods just to explore. I noticed a good spot for growing marijuana, so I decided to try it out. I became very familiar with the square mile around our home, and I grew comfortable with staying out there until dusk. One day, while checking on my plant, I saw my 11-year-old brother exiting the patio door 50 yards behind me. He was trying to follow me into the woods, so I pretended not to see him. While walking, I occasionally heard him behind me and stopped just to make sure. As I got deeper into the forest, I noticed it was much calmer than normal. I didn't see any deer, squirrels, or birds. There wasn't even any wind blowing. But I could hear my brother getting closer. I thought it would be funny to scare him as he passed by, so I ducked behind a tree. While waiting, I realized what little sound there had been was now completely gone. It was like wearing earplugs, but I didn't yet understand what that meant. It was merely an observation. My brother was being loud, and when he sounded like he was about 20 feet away, I prepared to pounce. Except he never came. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and I was left just sitting behind the tree. 2 full minutes passed, and I was beginning to wonder what the hell happened. Did he realize what I was doing? Decided to scare me first? Finally, I looked around the corner, but I didn't see him anywhere. Only, that should have been impossible because I heard him following me the whole time, but I didn't hear him leave after hiding behind the tree. The only explanation would be if he'd literally disappeared. The woods suddenly seemed very creepy, and I started feeling anxious. My brain said, "Get home now." But I couldn't seem to get my bearings. I was lost. Eventually, I calmed down enough to find my way back to the trail, even though I never left it. The problem was my equilibrium or something. My brother was still nowhere to be found, and I was genuinely concerned. He'd been right behind me only a few minutes prior. I yelled his name while jogging home, and after a few minutes, I finally heard his voice. He was hiding under a pile of palmetto leaves behind the trail, just laying there. I didn't know why, but I told him to hurry because I still had that weird feeling. When he stood up, I tried to ask what he'd been doing, but he only asked me to run home with him. I didn't ask any more questions. We simply ran home. Once we made it to the backyard, he explained that he was following me when he suddenly smelled something horrible. Looking to the left, he saw a big, black, hairy person. I was already a little paranoid because of my marijuana plant, so my first thoughts were of the police. My brother then specified that the person's entire body was covered in hair. It scared him so badly that he simply stopped, fell to the ground, and rolled into the palmetto bushes until I found him. At the very moment he finished telling me his story, we heard 3 loud bangs and a weird scream. We both looked up, and there, about 50 yards behind us, was the thing that he had described. It was swinging from a large tree branch, and had I not known better, I would have thought that it looked like a human pretending to be a monkey. It just didn't make sense. It was completely out of place. The creature was large and burly, but it still resembled a person more than anything else. We both remained frozen, not knowing what to do until the creature finally dropped to the ground and fled into the woods. It was hollering the whole time. The moment that it was out of sight, we ran into the house, yelling for our parents. At first, they said it was just a bear, but later that night, they realized we were serious. The next day, Dad found a report from Florida discussing something called a skunk ape. Over the next 5 years, I continued seeing the creature, and twice we'd had a deer leg and a skull left in our backyard. Once, I had turkey feathers placed on my windowsill. I didn't know what it meant at the time. I only learned about that later in my research. Every 6 months, park rangers left a barrel and a donut in our yard, hoping to capture any black bears that were too comfortable in our neighborhood. Eventually, I felt comfortable enough to ask one of the rangers what they did with the captured bears. Apparently, they're moved into deeper parts of the forest or relocated altogether. But then he said that that's not what I should be worried about. That there were bigger and badder things in those woods, and to always be careful. My parents still live in that same house today, and I visit them occasionally. Dad is retired now, and he's actually grown to be a believer himself. Over the years, he's had quite a few experiences of his own. The house is about 15 minutes from downtown Orlando, but the area is still surprisingly untouched by humans. I think our house was built on the creature's territory, and it was pushed back further as more homes were built. It's not as dangerous or thrilling as some encounter stories, but it was real. I saw that thing with my own eyes on more than one occasion, and now I'm just trying to learn all I can about it. For example, is a skunk ape different from Bigfoot? I don't know, but I look forward to finding out. I've done my best to sort these events chronologically. They took place when I was between the ages of 14 and 20. I'm currently 22. Until 2 years ago, I lived in a Polish village called Mojca. It's less than a kilometer away from the city of Kielce. Also, my friend Jacob witnessed several of these situations. The forest itself was huge, but that's typical for Poland. Jacob and I often spent our free time there. We loved to explore it. We built a small bridge over the stream so that we didn't have to go around or through it. A few days later, we were returning home when a stone almost hit me in the head. It looked like it came from a tree. We were still deep in the woods, so it's unlikely a person threw it. We joked about it even though it was technically a dangerous situation, but otherwise, we ignored it. At harvest time, we liked to jump over the hay bales that were tucked back in the forest. That way the farmers didn't see us. Once, when it was already getting dark, we saw a black figure behind a small stream. We watched it for a while, but we weren't concerned about it yet. We even joked that it might have been what threw the stone back then. Not long after this, we saw the figure 2 more times in the same areas. We found something like rabbit holes in a deeper part of the forest, but they were way too big. Nearby, we found a suitcase with strange things inside, and that was the last time Jacob went into the forest. I enjoyed running through the woods, especially in the evenings. I came across a phenomenon that I can only describe as earth breathing. In a certain area, the ground regularly rose and fell, like someone taking a deep breath. This is where things get really weird. I started running my usual route, but I ended up turning back when I heard a deep, unnatural growl from the bushes. Over the years, I've heard wolves and foxes, but they sound so much different. There didn't seem to be anything in the bushes, but I didn't want to tempt fate. Last, and probably the strangest thing of all, happened when I'm an adult. It was one of the few times I went into the forest after dark. I don't remember why I was there. I was walking a long trail when I heard a church choir singing in what sounded like Latin. It wasn't very far away, but it was coming from a denser part of the forest. Once I turned back, I didn't hear anything anymore. Years later, Jacob and I came to the conclusion that there were probably black masses or some kind of cult out there. We would often see suspicious cars hanging around. I'm not a big believer myself, but who knows? This happened 10 years ago, when I was 18, still living with my parents and siblings, but I remember it vividly. We lived in a small Canadian town near the Rocky Mountains, and my friend was also living with us at the time. Back then, my family was part of a cult. We didn't know that that's what it was yet, but it's relevant to the story. It was 11:30 on a clear summer night. My friend and I were told that we had to go live with the leaders of the cult. The leader's house was across the back alleyway, and a few houses down from my parents. We didn't want to live with them, so we spent as much time as possible at my parents' house and only returned to the cult late at night. On this particular night, we left my parents' house and my mom locked the door, turned off the lights, and went to bed. There's no fence around our backyard, so we walked straight to the alleyway and immediately heard the garbage cans behind us being knocked around. Like a clumsy person bumped into them. I assumed we startled a bear while it was digging through someone's trash. We're used to having lots of wildlife in the area. I panicked while I tried to decide if we should go back to bang on my parents' locked door, or if we should run for the always unlocked cult house. My friend started repeating my name and grabbing my arm while looking at the garbage cans. Then she suddenly screamed, and I looked back too. There was no bear digging through the trash, only a huge flying thing. It swooped over our heads and shot up to about 15 feet. Now, we were both screaming, and here's the kicker. It flew straight by the cult house before flying out of sight. When it turned, we had a clear view in the streetlights. I just can't fathom it being anything other than paranormal. It was inky black, with a wingspan of roughly 9 feet long. I've never seen a darker black before, or since. No distinguishable features, no feathers, head, eyes, beak, or legs, nothing. The best description I can think of is a huge stingray, minus the tail, but with much bigger wings. My friend described it as a shadow of a large flying creature, but way more solid. It flew beautifully and smoothly, without making a sound. The way it effortlessly maneuvered its large size between the two houses was impressive, but it was also terrifying. The experience left us shocked and frightened. We stood there for a short time, watching to see if it returned, but it never did. Eventually, we composed ourselves and went to the cult house. There were actually 2 leaders, a man and a woman. We immediately told the woman everything. When we finished, she stared at us with a strange look on her face and simply said, "Where there is great light, there will be great darkness." Then she walked away. My friend and I stayed up for hours, watching out the front window, wondering if we would see it. Thankfully, we never saw it again. I've tried to find the creature on Google, but I've never found anything remotely similar. Does anyone here know what it might be? I was 12 when this happened. My brother, older cousin, and I grew up on a reservation near a mountain. There's several towns and a city just 5 miles away from our hometown, but as teens we played by an old creek near my house. In May of 2008, we spent a couple of hours having a water gun fight there. As I was filling my gun, I saw what looked like a bear's left arm from the shoulder joint. It was covered in brown fur, rotten green meat, and a little blood. I pulled it out of the mud, and it was exactly like a human hand. It had a palm with fingers and nails, but much larger. I screamed and fetched my brother and cousin so that they could look at it too. They wanted to bring it home, but we vomited repeatedly due to the stench. It was also heavy, so we took turns carrying it until we finally were able to show our uncle and grandmother. They were angry with us for touching it, let alone taking it, so our uncle put it into his wheelbarrow and walked away. He returned a few hours later, without the arm. Our grandmother told us a story that she had heard from her father. She told us to stay away from the mountains because they've been occupied longer than we've been on this earth. She didn't believe the story, so she went toward the mountains to look for berries and tree sap. But when she got closer, she saw what looked like 4 large bears standing on the mountainside, and they were walking like men. She called them Bigfoot. I never spoke of it or even mentioned it again until a couple of years ago, when I asked my grandmother what she thought happened to the rest of that arm's body. She said that Bigfoot are like bears, extremely territorial and aggressive when scared or threatened. Her grandfather used to burn their bones whenever one died. That way, the white people wouldn't find them and hunt the rest. Years later, 2021, my cousin and I returned to that mountain for a hunting trip, but we only found a giant teepee hut with thick brown hair inside. I showed my grandmother the pictures to see if she remembered anything similar, and she did. She even had 4 Polaroid pictures of her own, showing other giant teepee huts, and one photo with 3 large bear-like creatures walking upright like a human. She made me promise to never tell or show anyone the photos. She doesn't think anyone would believe us either way, but worries for them, I think. We've spent the majority of our lives in the bush, hunting and fishing. I'm still questioning things so much. Life is different now. My people call it Bigfoot, or some of you might call it Sasquatch. Either way, it's just like another person. They won't bother us if we don't bother them. On February 27th, 2023, my friend was driving home from work down a country road between 5 and 6 p.m. He saw an unknown creature less than a mile from my house. It was at the road's edge, as if it were about to cross. It was pitch black, very furry, with a bobbed tail. It had a pit bull's face, jowls, ears. It was slender but muscular, and it stood on all 4s. It saw my friend but paid him no attention. Instead, it turned around slowly and leapt back into the woods like a frog, with its legs splayed in opposite directions. It was roughly the size of a Great Dane, but he couldn't identify much else. This was in a wooded area next to a small bayou, and there's a nook that leads into the woods. That same night, I heard strange thuds and wood bowing sounds around midnight, like something was climbing a wooden structure. I'm not sure if it's related, but 6 years ago, I saw something strange leap between one section of the woods to another, across the highway, about a half-mile from my house. It was black, hairy, and ape-like. 3 years ago, my wife and I heard tapping on the window around midnight. We laughed at first, but my cousin, who lived across the street, called and said something big was in our yard, and he said that it had run into the woods. We investigated and heard it rustling through trees, but never saw it. The next morning, there was a large, bare, humanoid footprint outside the window that we heard the tapping at. That same year, a friend and I were hanging out, and I saw something strange walk into my cousin's yard. It was large, black, and furry. It walked on all fours, and it looked like a pig, but we couldn't determine what it was. It had a dog-like snout with the stature and size of a hog or a large bear cub. It sniffed a circle around his house and went back into the woods. Last year, I was driving on my road at night, and there's a curve about a half a mile where my friend saw the creature. In the curve, my headlights shined into the woods and revealed eyes shining 6 feet off the ground. I stopped the car to examine it, but I didn't see anything else. I only noticed the smell of rotting meat as it flooded the car, and I promptly left. Not too long after that incident, I was outside at midnight, heard a strange noise in my cousin's yard. I shined a flashlight over there, saw a shiny pair of eyes at average height. It looked at me and continued walking toward the woods. In my experience, most things come to a stop when you spotlight them, but not this thing. I continued to shine the light into the woods, and it returned 15 feet further down the tree line, where it stared back at me before turning back. I continued shining the light and caught it once more in the same place. It looked at me for another moment and turned away. I didn't see it again, but I had an eerie feeling that it was sentient. For the past 2 weeks, my entire property has stank of skunk. Our house gets sprayed from time to time, but the smell usually dissipates after 2 days. This time, it's been almost 2 weeks, and the smell is even pungent by the road. My house seems to be the epicenter. The smell extends roughly 100 yards around my house in all directions. I considered all of these instances to be strange coincidences until my friend saw that creature yesterday. Now I'm not ruling them out as possible encounters. Any and all guesses as to what the nature of this creature is are appreciated.